What if the distance between you and your desire is only a sentence? Only a quiet inner recognition that changes everything. Tonight you are not here to chase, not here to force, not here to prove. You are here to return to the version of yourself that already exists within consciousness waiting to be claimed. There is a hidden truth passed softly through those who understood the deeper law of being. The subconscious does not respond most deeply to longing. It responds to identity, not to what you beg for, but to what you quietly accept as yourself. And so tonight, this is not a performance. This is not an effort to become someone else. This is a sacred remembering, a gentle re-identification with what has always been possible for you. Many people do not fail because they imagine too little. They struggle because they continue to feel separate from what they want. They look at the life they desire as something distant, something outside, something meant for another version of themselves. But the moment the inner image is met with one simple realization, that is me, the distance begins to dissolve. So as you settle here tonight, let that truth rest softly in you. You are not reaching for your reality. You are learning to recognize it. You are letting the old separation fade. You are allowing the deeper mind to receive a new message, a cleaner message, a truer message. That is me. That life, that peace, that version of self, that is me. And if you wish to return here night after night, you may subscribe now and leave this intention in the comments. I am ready to rewire. Now let the night gather gently around you. Let the room grow softer, quieter, farther from the demands of the day. The world outside can keep moving without you for a while. Nothing needs your attention right now. Nothing needs to be solved. Nothing needs to be fixed before you are allowed to rest. You are here, and that is enough. Feel the stillness beginning to meet you where you are. The shadows in the room feel softer now, almost kind. The air rests lightly against your skin. The blanket, the pillow, the surface beneath you. All of it begins to remind your body that it is supported, that it does not need to hold itself up anymore. You are safe to soften. You are safe to let the edges of the day loosen and fall away. And as you remain here, simply notice the quiet space in the center of your chest. No force, no effort, just awareness, as though there is a gentle light there, warm and steady, waiting for you to notice it. A soft glow, calm, golden, peaceful. With every passing moment, that glow becomes a little easier to feel. Not brighter in a harsh way, just fuller, steadier, more welcoming. Let your attention rest there, in the center of your chest, in that inner chamber where feeling becomes signal, where acceptance becomes instruction. Imagine that light expanding slowly, comfortably filling the space around your heart with warmth. It spreads like candlelight in a quiet room. It moves like warmth through cold hands. It grows without strain. And as it grows, it begins to calm the noise within you. The mind, which may have been moving all day, does not need to be forced into silence. It settles in its own time. Like a lake after the wind has passed, the ripples lessen, then soften, then disappear into still water. Thoughts may still come. A memory may rise. A random fragment of the day may drift through. That is natural. You do not need to chase any thought away. You do not need to follow it either. You simply return, gently, to this warm center within you. This is where coherence begins. When thought, feeling, and expectation stop arguing with one another. When one part of you is no longer asking another part, doubting another part, resisting. When the inner message becomes whole, the deeper mind can receive it clearly. When the signal is mixed, the subconscious receives conflict. But when the signal becomes unified, it begins to organize around that unity. So tonight, you are not trying to create intensity. You are allowing agreement, a quiet inner agreement. The heart no longer pulling one way while the mind pulls another. The body no longer bracing against what the soul is ready to receive. Everything within you can begin to move into one calm direction, one tone, one message, one atmosphere of permission. Feel again that warmth in the chest, that glowing center. Let it spread through the ribs, through the shoulders, through the space behind the breastbone. Let it soften the places that have been armored. Let it reassure the places that have been waiting. This is not emptiness. This calm is not nothingness. This calm is receptivity. This calm is readiness. This calm is the open door through which a new identity may enter without resistance. And if your mind wanders again, that is all right. Wandering is not failure. Returning is enough. Each gentle return teaches the deeper mind that this moment matters. Each return says, I choose peace over pressure. I choose openness over effort. I choose to become still enough to receive what is already mine. You may begin to sense now that the heart is more than emotion. It is a chamber of acceptance, a place where what was once distant can begin to feel welcome, a place where the desired life no longer feels like a stranger standing outside the door. Here, in this softened inner space, you do not have to convince yourself with force. You simply allow the feeling of welcome. You allow the feeling of nearness. You allow the possibility that what you desire may already be moving closer, because you are no longer pushing it away with contradiction. So rest here for a moment longer, in this cathedral hush, in this velvet quiet, in this warm interior light. Let the message become simple. I am safe. I am open. I am no longer divided within myself. The signal becomes clear. The signal becomes gentle. The signal becomes whole. And as this quiet harmony settles deeper into you, you may notice that the whole inner world is becoming easier to trust, softer, steadier, more willing to receive what comes next. Now let that same softness begin to move upward and downward through the body, as though the calm in your chest has become a quiet permission spreading everywhere at once. You do not need to make anything happen. You do not need to help the body relax. The body already knows how to return to ease when it feels safe enough. And tonight, it is safe enough. Bring your awareness gently to the top of your head, to the scalp, the crown, the places that have carried silent pressure without being noticed. Let that whole area soften as though a warm hand of stillness is resting there. Any tightness begins to loosen. Any strain begins to melt. The mind does not need to grip so tightly now. The head can grow quiet. The surface of you can become spacious. Let that softness move across the forehead. The forehead unwrinkles, smooths, opens. All the tiny expressions of effort, concentration, worry, trying to understand, trying to predict, trying to stay ahead, they begin to release. You do not need to solve your life in this moment. You do not need to think your way into peace. Peace is allowed to arrive before answers do. Let the space around your eyes soften now. The muscles behind the eyes loosen. The eyes sink deeper into rest, as if they are settling into velvet darkness. They have looked outward long enough. They have searched enough, measured enough, compared enough. Now they can rest. Now they can be held by stillness. The space around them grows warm and quiet, and with that, the urge to watch everything, to monitor everything, begins to fade. Feel your cheeks soften, your temples release, your jaw unclenches, the teeth part slightly, the tongue loosens and rests. All the unspoken effort, all the swallowed tension, all the invisible holding in the mouth and face, it can leave you now. You no longer need to brace yourself. You no longer need to prepare for impact. You no longer need to carry the identity of the one who must stay guarded. In this moment, that old role begins to slip away. Let that ease move into the throat. The front of the throat softens. The back of the neck loosens. The throat opens like a clear passage after a long winter. Nothing is trapped here now. Nothing needs to be pushed down. Nothing needs to be forced out. The pressure to explain yourself, defend yourself, prove yourself, hold yourself together. It can dissolve. You are allowed to be unguarded here. You are allowed to be at peace without explanation. Now bring your attention to the shoulders and notice how much they may have been carrying without permission. Invisible burdens, old responsibilities, the habit of staying prepared, the habit of holding up a version of yourself shaped by effort, by duty, by survival. Let the shoulders drop now even more. Let them fall away from the ears. Let them grow heavy and warm, as though thick layers are being lifted off, as though a weight you forgot you were wearing is finally being removed. And as the shoulders release, let that softness flow down through the upper arms, the elbows, the forearms, the wrists, the palms, the fingers. Every part of the arms can let go of trying. These hands do not need to grasp tonight. They do not need to reach. They do not need to hold on to outcomes. They can rest. They can open. They can be empty in the most sacred way. Empty enough to receive. Feel again the chest. Now wider, freer, less defended. The area around the heart becomes spacious, almost luminous, as if warm amber light is filling the whole chest cavity from within. The armor around the heart softens. The old instinct to protect yourself from disappointment, from waiting, from uncertainty, begins to quiet. You do not need to close to stay safe. You do not need to harden to stay whole. The heart can remain open and still be secure. Let this warmth move to the center just below the chest, the solar plexus, the place that has often held the need to control, the need to manage, the need to stay ready. Imagine this area becoming golden and calm, as if warm honey were pouring through it, loosening every knot of pressure. This part of you no longer needs to grip life so tightly. It no longer needs to hold the identity of the one who must make everything happen alone. It can soften. It can trust. It can become receptive to support, to ease, to quiet certainty. Now let your awareness move into the belly. Let the belly soften completely. No holding in, no managing, no effort to appear composed. Just softness, just release. The belly receives calm like earth receives rain. Any tension stored here from fear, anticipation, control, self-protection, it can drain out of you now. You are safe to let go deeper than habit. You are safe to rest deeper than vigilance. The body does not need to earn this softness. It is allowed now. Feel the lower back and the middle back. Notice the places that have carried you, supported you, compensated for you. Let those long muscles along the spine unwind. Let the back be held by the surface beneath you. You do not need to hold yourself up anymore. Gravity is here. The bed is here. The earth is here. Support is here. And as your back releases the old identity of the one who must always endure without help, begins to fade into something much gentler, bring that awareness into the hips now, the deep bowls of the body where so much quiet memory can be stored. Let the hips grow heavy. Let them widen into rest. Let any hidden resistance there begin to melt like ice touched by warm light. You do not need to keep carrying the past in the body. You do not need to hold old waiting, old fear, old self-protection in your foundation. The hips can release. The pelvis can soften. You are allowed to belong here in your own body. Let the calm move down through the thighs, the large, strong muscles that have carried you forward through so much. Let them rest now. Let them become warm, heavy still. No need to push. No need to run. No need to prove momentum tonight. The old role of striving can loosen here. The identity that believed rest must be earned can loosen here. Your body is learning something new now. That stillness is safe. That softness is intelligent. That rest is not failure. Feel the knees soften. The fronts of the knees, the backs of the knees, all the hidden places where subtle tension lingers. Let them unlock. Let them be free from holding. Let calm flow through them like moonlit water. The journey does not need to be forced forward now. There is nothing to chase in this moment. There is only permission to settle more deeply into the feeling that you are already held within life. Now the calves, the shins, the ankles. Let every layer soften. The legs grow heavier, quieter, more surrendered to stillness. Any leftover urgency drains downward. Any pressure to keep moving, keep doing, keep becoming begins to leave the body completely. The whole lower half of you is being given back to gravity, given back to rest, given back to the earth that knows how to hold you without asking anything in return. And now, the feet, the soles of the feet, the heels, the tops of the feet, the toes. Let them release completely. Imagine a soft wave of warmth washing through them, carrying away the last fragments of tension. The feet no longer need to stand guard. They no longer need to brace for the next step. They can simply rest. They can simply receive. They can simply be. Now feel the whole body together. From crown to forehead, from jaw to throat, from shoulders to hands, from chest to belly, from hips to feet. One body, one field of softness, one quiet home. The new self does not need to arrive in a tense body. The new self is landing here now, in relaxed shoulders, in an open chest, in a soft belly, in a body that no longer argues with peace. And if you notice a place still holding on, that is all right. You do not need perfect relaxation. You only need willingness. Even one small release is enough. Even one honest softening is enough. The body is listening. The deeper mind is listening. Every place that lets go becomes a place where this new identity can settle more naturally. So rest here for a moment in this full body stillness, as though warm light is draped over you like silk, as though the night itself is tucking you into a deeper level of safety. Nothing is missing in this moment. Nothing is chasing you here. You are held from beneath. You are quiet within. And your whole body is beginning to understand that it belongs in peace. Now that the body has softened, you do not need to do anything else. You do not need to control the mind. You do not need to fight every thought that appears. You do not need to argue with old feelings just because they visit you for a moment. Let everything become simpler now. The old identity may still echo sometimes, but an echo is not a command. It is only leftover sound. It is only old momentum moving through spaces that are already changing. And tonight you are not here to wrestle with momentum. You are here to stop feeding it. You are here to let it pass without giving it your devotion. So if an old memory rises, let it rise and pass like a distant train in the night. You hear it, and then it is gone. If an old fear speaks, let it sound like a fading radio station in another room growing weaker, the less you lean toward it. If a familiar doubt appears, you do not need to answer it. You do not need to defeat it. You only need to remain where you are. Quiet, safe, steady, and let the old noise lose its importance. There is nothing to force away. There is only less to hold, less to carry, less to keep repeating. The more gently you release, the more naturally the deeper mind begins to change. Because the subconscious is shaped not only by what you say yes to, but also by what you stop energizing. What you repeat with emotional weight becomes familiar. What becomes familiar begins to feel natural. And what feels natural becomes identity. So tonight, let urgency leave you. Let timelines leave you. Let comparison leave you. Let the habit of checking, measuring, wondering when, wondering how, wondering whether it is working. Let all of that drift downstream like autumn leaves on dark water. You do not need to inspect the river. You do not need to gather every leaf. You simply let them float farther away. You are allowed to stop over-explaining your life to yourself. You are allowed to stop reviewing every unfinished scene. You are allowed to stop carrying the pressure of needing visible proof before you permit inner peace. Something sacred happens when you stop pulling at what is quietly forming within you. Not secrecy from fear, but silence as protection, silence as shelter, silence as a warm room where what is newly accepted can deepen without interruption. There are identities you have worn like heavy coats, the one who waits, the one who proves, the one who worries, the one who braces, the one who prepares for disappointment before joy even arrives. Tonight, you may leave those coats at the door. You do not need them where you are going. This inner space asks nothing from you except honesty and release. And if your mind wanders again, that is still all right. Let it wander and gently return. Let it drift and gently return. No judgment, no frustration. Returning is enough. Returning is powerful. Returning is how you teach yourself that peace is available now, not later. Peace is not a reward at the end of perfect control. Peace is what becomes possible when control is no longer worshipped. Imagine now that you are stepping through a quiet doorway, leaving behind the crowded room of old pressure, old labels, old unfinished inner arguments. On the other side of this doorway, there is space. Calm, open, limitless space. No demands, no urgency, just stillness that welcomes you exactly as you are. You do not have to become worthy of this space. You enter because you are willing to let go. And in this spaciousness, the old story begins to thin. Not because you attacked it, but because you stopped living inside it. Not because you forced belief, but because you stopped rehearsing the strain. You let the room air out after a long winter. You let the lanterns dim one by one. You let the inner noise grow softer until it no longer defines the atmosphere. So rest here now, with less resistance, less effort, less attachment to the old shape of yourself. Let surrender feel kind. Let release feel intelligent. Let the unknown feel gentle, wide, and safe enough to trust. You do not need to hold the next moment together. You only need to soften into it and allow what is no longer true for you to fall away. You are drifting now into that quiet borderland between waking and sleep. That soft, receptive threshold where effort fades and the deeper mind opens more easily. This is a natural doorway. You do not need to force your way through it. You do not need to perform anything correctly. You are simply arriving at the place the mind already visits each night. But tonight, you arrive with awareness. The analytical voice begins to loosen here. The part of you that questions, measures, compares, and resists starts to grow quieter, as though it is stepping back into the distance. And as that happens, impressions can settle more deeply. What is gently accepted here often meets less friction. What is softly welcomed here often sinks further into the subconscious soil. So let yourself float in this velvet dark hallway between thought and dream. Let yourself feel how safe it is to soften even more. Nothing intense is required. Nothing dramatic is needed. Tonight is not about intensity. It is about quiet acceptance, quiet familiarity, quiet openness to a new possibility that does not feel foreign anymore. You are safe here, receptive here, open here. And as you rest in this calm threshold, the desired self can begin to feel less like something imagined and more like something known. You are not preparing to imagine from the outside anymore. You are preparing to remember from within. The life you desire is no longer something distant that you observe. It is something inwardly recognized, something gently claimed, something allowed to feel like your own. And as you rest here calm and open, let this quiet truth settle deeper into you. What comes next is not fantasy. It is identity, not watching from afar, but entering from within, not hoping, but remembering. And the doorway is simple now, soft and certain. That is me. You are here now already beyond the moment of wanting, already beyond the waiting, already standing inside the life that once felt distant. You do not have to reach for it in this scene. You are living in it. It is ordinary now, natural now, quietly yours. See the room around you. Let it become simple and real. The soft grain of the table beneath your fingertips, the cool smoothness of glass nearby, the faint warmth of morning light resting across the floor, stretching over fabric, wood, and skin. The air is calm, comfortable, neither too warm nor too cold. You belong in this room the way light belongs in a window. Your shoulders are loose, your jaw is soft, your breath is steady. There is nothing in you trying to become. You already are. You glance at your phone, and there it is, not dramatic, not shocking, just a normal piece of your life now. A message, a number, a confirmation, a name, something that quietly proves what is already done. The contract is signed, the payment is cleared, the invitation is yours, the business is open, The opportunity is real. The life you once imagined has already taken its place in your daily rhythm. You do not stare at it in disbelief. You simply smile, because this is how your life moves now. Feel the phone in your hand, the slight weight of it, the smooth edge against your palm. Hear the small sound as you set it down again. So ordinary, so complete. Someone speaks to you from nearby, and the way they speak tells the whole story. They are not congratulating you for something impossible. They are simply relating to you as the person you are now. They ask your opinion because your voice carries value here. They trust your timing. They respect your presence. They say your name with warmth, with ease, with the kind of natural recognition that says this identity has already settled around you. Listen to the tone of their voice. Easy, familiar, certain. They already know you this way. Maybe they say, "You always handle things so well." Maybe they smile and say, "I knew this would work out for you." Maybe they look at you with that calm, unquestioning respect that reflects your new self back to you. And as you hear it, something in you softens even more. No resistance, no surprise, only recognition. This is simply who I am now. Again, feel the room. The texture of the chair supporting you. The fabric against your skin. The quiet hum of life moving smoothly around you. Perhaps there is the clean scent of linen, or warm tea rising softly from a cup, or sunlight warming the edge of a curtain. Perhaps there is the faint sound of keys on a counter, footsteps in another room, distant city life beyond a window, rain tapping lightly against the home that now holds you in peace. Everything in this moment says done. Not because the world is shouting it, but because the world is no longer arguing with it. You stand or maybe remain seated, but either way, your body carries the posture of someone whose life matches them. There is no performance in it, no extra effort, just the natural alignment of a self that fits its reality. That is me. Let that line move through you softly. That is me, the successful one, the secure one, the loved one, the chosen one, the peaceful one, the one whose life now reflects inner certainty. That is me. Notice your hands, relaxed, capable. Notice your face, unclenched. Notice your chest, open, unguarded, steady. You are no longer imagining from outside the glass. You are inside the life itself, touching it, hearing it, breathing it. Maybe you catch your reflection for a moment, in a dark screen, in polished glass, in a mirror across the room. And what you see is not a stranger. It is you, but settled. You, but fully received. You without the old tension of waiting for permission. You look like someone who is already living the answer. That is me. Stay with the ordinary proof of it. The room is yours. The calm is yours. The respect is yours. The provision is yours. The belonging is yours. The life no longer feels like a performance or a wish. It feels like routine. The sweetest kind of fulfillment is the kind that becomes normal. This is simply who I am now. Let that settle deeper than thought, deeper than effort, into the body, into the breath, into the nervous system, into the quiet inner chamber where identity is accepted. This is simply who I am now. Nothing in this scene is trying to convince you. It does not need to. It is already true here. The evidence is gentle. A message already received. A conversation already natural. a room already inhabited, a self already embodied. And because it is ordinary, it becomes believable. Because it is believable, it becomes intimate. Because it is intimate, it becomes yours. You are not visiting this fulfilled life. You are living inside it. That is me. Let the scene loop again softly. The light in the room, the calm in your body, the proof resting quietly in your phone, and the words of another person in the ease of your posture, in the silence of no longer needing to chase. The fulfilled reality is no longer a peak moment. It is your atmosphere. This is simply who I am now. That is me. And you remain there in the completed state, breathing as the one who already is. Now let the fulfilled life widen gently around you. Not with fireworks, not with spectacle, just with the steady evidence of a reality that has become lived in. Let one scene open into many small proofs. Let this identity move through rooms, through hours, through relationships, through routine, until it feels stable, familiar, and entirely your own. See the morning light pouring softly across wood floors, a clean stillness in the room, fresh linen, a cup of tea warming your hands, the quiet confidence of beginning the day without dread. Your phone rests nearby, and when you look at it, the messages you receive mirror the life you now live. Respectful messages, loving messages, clear messages, opportunities that match you, invitations that do not feel out of reach, communication that meets you where your worth already stands. Of course, this is mine because this is me. You move through your home with ease. There is order where there once felt like pressure. There is beauty in small things. Flowers on a table, polished glass catching morning light, a notebook with clean handwriting across the page, keys placed down with certainty. Every object around you feels like it belongs to a life that has room to breathe. You do not rush to prove anything. You are already established inwardly. Of course, this is mine because this is me. Now see yourself later in the day. The atmosphere changes, but you remain the same. Perhaps you are stepping into a workspace, a studio glowing at dawn, an office, a meeting, a creative room, a peaceful home where your presence matters. Others greet you with warmth and recognition. There is a naturalness in the way they include you, the way they listen, the way they trust your judgment. You are no longer trying to be seen as valuable. Value speaks from you before you say a word. Feel the steadiness of your body as you move. Calm feet on the floor. Relaxed hands. Easy breath. A voice that does not strain. A presence that does not shrink. Of course, this is mine because this is me. Perhaps now you see city lights from a high window. Evening settling around you like silk. The day has moved well. Not because everything was perfect, but because you remained yourself throughout it. You handled life from wholeness. You responded from confidence. You were met with the kind of respect that belongs to the identity you have accepted. Maybe there is the soft leather of a seat beneath you, the comforting sound of rain against a calm home, the glow of a lamp in the corner, a meal prepared without stress, a peaceful message from someone you love, the weight of a ring on your hand, the softness of your own smile when no one is watching. This life is not accidental. It is coherent. It repeats itself around you because it is rooted within you. Of course, this is mine because this is me. See how this fulfilled identity appears everywhere now. In the way your home feels safe, in the way money feels like a flow, not a threat, in the way creativity rises without fear, in the way love feels mutual and restful, in the way leadership feels natural, not forced, in the way self-trust now sits quietly in your chest like a permanent light. You do not have one lucky moment. You have a stable state. Morning greets you this way. Messages meet you this way. People know you this way. Your reflection confirms you this way. Your environment supports you this way. Of course, this is mine because this is me. Let the montage continue gently. Sun on the floor, warm tea, clean paper, keys in your hand, soft footsteps, rain at the window, flowers on the table, a studio at dawn, a voice on the phone saying yes, a loved one looking at you with peace, a bank balance that feels spacious enough, a room that matches your becoming, a body that feels calmer, lighter, more alive, a mind no longer crowded by fear. This is how the fulfilled self lives. This is how the fulfilled self is greeted. This is how the fulfilled self moves through ordinary life. Of course, this is mine because this is me. And because it appears in ordinary places, it becomes permanent in feeling. It is not a rare miracle that could disappear. It is a settled atmosphere, a continuous agreement between your inner claim and your outer life. You belong here in the gentle evidence. You belong here in the repeated proof. You belong here in the lived-in identity. Of course, this is mine because this is me. Let that refrain become as natural as breathing, as natural as walking through your own home, as natural as hearing your name spoken with warmth. The life is no longer outside you. It surrounds you because it rises from you. And everywhere you turn, the world softly agrees. Now feel what this identity feels like, not in excitement, not in strain, but in the deep emotional truth that tells the subconscious, this matters, this is safe, this belongs to me. Let the feelings come gently. They do not have to be loud to be powerful. The deepest changes are often quiet. Feel relief first. Sweet, honest relief. The relief of no longer pulling against life. The relief of no longer rehearsing the old story. The relief of setting down the invisible weight you were never meant to carry forever. Something in you finally understands that you do not have to earn your right to receive. You do not have to force what is already aligned with your true self. Let that relief move through your chest like a warm current. Now, gratitude begins to rise not as performance, but as recognition. A sincere thankfulness that this new life, this new self, no longer feels foreign. Gratitude for the peace. Gratitude for the steadiness. Gratitude for the quiet evidence that the inner world has accepted something beautiful and real. And then quiet joy. Not frantic joy, not the kind that fears it will be taken away. A settled joy, a sacred normalcy, the kind of joy that sits beside you like morning light, the kind of joy that feels safe enough to stay. Feel tender pride too, not arrogance, not comparison, just the soft dignity of someone who has come home to themselves. The gentle knowing that says, I did not betray my deeper self. I returned to it. I recognized what was always possible for me. I allowed myself to become congruent with what I desired. You are not stealing this reality. You are recognizing it. Let that line sink in. You are not stealing this reality. You are recognizing it. There is a warmth now in the center of you, as if a golden chamber has opened behind the ribs, as if dawn has appeared inside the body, as if some long closed window has been lifted. and fresh air is moving through the inner rooms of your being. What you feel now tells the deeper mind what is welcome here, what is precious, what should be kept. We impress the deeper self most powerfully when feeling and identity meet. We anchor what we are willing to feel as true. And so this relief, this gratitude, this joy, this rightful peace become the glue of the new self. Let the emotions attach themselves to the images you have already seen. The room, the message, the voice of respect, the home, the morning light, the calm evening, the loving belonging, the ease. Let feeling wrap around these scenes until they carry the softness of memory, not fantasy, memory-like certainty, as though some part of you already knows this state, as though some deeper intelligence recognizes the shape of this life, as though your soul says, yes, this is the room I was always walking toward. Feel chosen by life, not chased by it. Feel welcomed by reality, not tested by it. Feel held by the naturalness of what is becoming yours because it is becoming you. This identity is warm, honest, rightful. This identity does not frighten you. This identity fits, and as it fits, the body relaxes even more. The breath deepens. The mind stops arguing. The heart no longer braces for loss. It opens just enough to let goodness stay. You may notice that this emotional state is simpler than you expected, softer than you expected, more reverent than dramatic. That is good. That is how truth often enters. Not as noise, but as quiet recognition. Stay with that recognition. Relief, gratitude, quiet joy, tender pride, sacred normalcy. Let each feeling land with space around it. Let each one tell the subconscious, keep this. Let each one say, this is who we are now. And in that warm inner chamber, in that dawn inside the ribs, identity and emotion become one. Now, let gratitude deepen into evidence of arrival. Not gratitude as pleading, not gratitude as bargaining, gratitude as confirmation, gratitude as the natural response of a self that has stopped arguing with its good. Feel your hands resting open, your breath easy, your heart receptive. I am grateful for the self I am becoming and for the self I already am. Thank you for this growing peace within me. Thank you for the stability that now settles around my life. Thank you for provision that arrives with grace. Thank you for love that feels mutual, calm, and safe. Thank you for protection over what is precious to me. Thank you for clarity that replaces confusion. Thank you for opportunities that recognize my worth. Thank you for the quiet confidence now taking root in me. Thank you for the home within myself that is finally unlocked. Thank you for the rooms of my inner life filling with light, as though lamps are lit in many places at once. Thank you for the fertile soil after rain, for the way everything hidden is being nourished beneath the surface. Thank you for unseen rearrangements already underway. Thank you for the wisdom of the subconscious gently organizing my life around the identity I have accepted. Thank you for what is moving into place without strain. Thank you for what no longer needs to be forced. Thank you that I no longer have to rehearse scarcity in order to feel prepared. Thank you that I no longer call fear wisdom. Thank you that I no longer resist the good that wishes to remain. I am grateful for inner peace. I am grateful for steady provision. I am grateful for worthy relationships. I am grateful for calm self-trust. I am grateful for doors opening in the right way at the right time. I am grateful that I no longer beg life to choose me. I am grateful that I can receive. I am grateful that I can rest. I am grateful that what is mine can reach me, because I no longer push it away with doubt. Let each line move slowly through you, like a tide returning to shore, like a home being opened after a long season away. There is no desperation in this gratitude, only settled receptivity, only the soft acknowledgement that something beautiful has already been welcomed within. Thank you for the new self. Thank you for the steady heart. Thank you for the softened mind. Thank you for the body learning safety. Thank you for the life that now has room for joy. Thank you for the intelligence within me that knows how to receive what matches me. Thank you for the strength to release the old argument. Thank you for no longer resisting support, peace, or abundance. Thank you for every gentle sign of alignment. Thank you for every worthy opportunity that finds its way to me. Thank you for the relationships that mirror my value. Thank you for the words, ideas, and actions that arise from a settled identity. Thank you for this inner arrival. Feel the contrast without dwelling in it. The old self reached with closed hands. The new self receives with open hands. The old self doubted what was possible. The new self blesses what is already taking root. The old self feared being forgotten. The new self knows it is already held in a larger intelligence than fear can understand. I am grateful that I no longer argue with my good. Again softly, I am grateful that I no longer argue with my good. Stay there, in the prayer-like softness of gratitude, in the quiet certainty that the accepted self is already reshaping the pattern of life, in the trust that the deeper mind has heard you clearly, and let gratitude become the atmosphere in which the new identity feels at home. Now you let the identity speak for itself. No explanation, no defense, only truth spoken rhythmically, gently, clearly, until it becomes the spine of your inner world. I am the one who is chosen. I am the one who is secure. I am the one who is already received. That is me. I am abundance embodied. I am the evidence. I am no longer separate from what is mine. That is me. I am the self that matches this reality. I am the one who belongs here. I am the one whose life agrees with my worth. That is me. I am calm in what is meant for me. I am settled in what I have accepted. I am steady in the life that now reflects me. That is me. I am no longer waiting to become. I am no longer asking for permission. I am who I already am. That is me. I am loved without strain. I am respected without performance. I am supported without fear. That is me. I am a natural match for provision. I am a natural match for peace. I am a natural match for fulfillment. That is me. This fulfilled life is my nature. This peace is my nature. This belonging is my nature. That is me. I do not seek permission to be who I already am. I do not shrink from what matches me. I do not deny what is mine. That is me. I rest in the identity that creates naturally. I rest in the self that receives naturally. I rest in the life that unfolds naturally. That is me. I am the one who walks in quiet certainty. I am the one who speaks from inner congruence. I am the one who no longer divides desire from identity. That is me. I am the one who has arrived inwardly. I am the one who is available for goodness. I am the one who can hold what I once only imagined. That is me. I am the proof. I am the permission. I am the embodiment. That is me. Pause and feel the rhythm of those words inside your body, not just in your mind. Let them become breath. Let them become posture. Let them become the subtle language of your nervous system. There is no need to force belief. Repetition is planting. Rhythm is impressing. Soft certainty is enough. again. I am chosen. I am secure. I am received. That is me. I am worthy of what is aligned. I am ready for what is true. I am available for what is mine. That is me. I am no longer separate. I am no longer outside. I am no longer waiting at the door. That is me. I am the self that fits this life. I am the self that carries this peace. I am the self that creates from rest. That is me. And if this identity feels true in your spirit, seal it gently by commenting, "I already am." Subscribe to continue. Now let identity move into behavior, into signals, into the ordinary expressions of a self that no longer contradicts what it has claimed within. Because the new self is most believable when thought, feeling, and action begin to agree. I move like the person who already belongs. I speak like the person who already belongs. I choose like the person who already belongs. I notice opportunities that match me. I recognize what is aligned. I respond when life opens. I respond from calm certainty. I choose from worth, not fear. I act from congruence, not desperation. My habits reflect my identity. My tone reflects my identity. My posture reflects my identity. My decisions reflect my identity. I no longer rehearse rejection. I no longer prepare for disappointment as a way of feeling safe. I no longer send mixed signals to life. I signal readiness. I signal steadiness. I signal value. My presence agrees with my inner claim. My words agree with my inner claim. My daily choices agree with my inner claim. We make identity tangible by allowing it to shape our small moments. We become believable to ourselves when our daily signals stop arguing with what we say we desire. And so the new self does not only dream differently, it responds differently. It stands differently. It receives differently. I protect what is becoming real by dwelling in quiet certainty. I protect what is becoming real by refusing to feed old fear. I protect what is becoming real by remaining inwardly loyal. I move through the day with steadiness. I let peace pace me. I let worth guide me. I answer messages from self-respect. I enter rooms from self-respect. I make decisions from self-respect. I do not chase to prove value. I do not shrink to avoid being seen. I do not abandon myself in moments that matter. My calm is a signal. My consistency is a signal. My openness is a signal. I welcome what matches me. I decline what diminishes me. I remain available for what honors me. I no longer separate spirituality from embodiment. I no longer separate desire from daily expression. I no longer separate identity from action. My life can trust me now. My opportunities can trust me now. My deeper self can trust me now. Feel how grounded this is. Not performative, not loud, just coherent. The behavior of the fulfilled self is simple. It is calm. It is clear. It is unconflicted. And with every quiet choice, the world receives a more consistent signal from you. I move in harmony with what I claim. I live in harmony with what I claim. I receive in harmony with what I claim. That harmony becomes your evidence. Now the work becomes quieter. You do not need to force this deeper. You do not need to check for proof tonight. You do not need to prove anything to anyone. What has been accepted inwardly is already descending more deeply. Remain loyal to the feeling. Remain loyal to the identity. Remain loyal to the quiet, knowing that this is no longer a wish visiting you from far away. It is a self you have allowed. Silence protects the impression. There is wisdom in not pulling up the seed to see whether it has rooted. There is wisdom in letting the deeper mind keep working without interruption. There is wisdom in resting as the one who already is. So tonight, let there be no strain. Let there be no argument. Let there be no desperate reaching after what has already been inwardly claimed. You have touched the state. You have felt the atmosphere. You have spoken the identity. I am. That is enough. I remain inwardly faithful. That is enough. I let the accepted self descend. That is enough. And now the new identity settles more deeply beneath thought, beneath effort, beneath checking, beneath noise. Nothing more to force, nothing more to prove. Only rest, only quiet, only the gentle sealing of what has already been impressed. If you want, I can continue by expanding each block to a fuller long-form version, closer to the original word targets. You do not need to hold the picture anymore. It has already done its work. The seed has been placed into the deeper soil of you, and nothing grows better by being dug up again and again to check if it is alive. So now let the image soften. Let it loosen. Let it drift farther away like a balloon rising into a quiet night sky, disappearing beyond what the eyes can follow. You do not lose the truth when the image fades. You keep the truth and release only the effort. Release the picture and keep the knowing. Release the scene and keep the feeling. Release the effort and keep the state. Release the question and keep the answer. There is nothing more to force. Nothing more to rehearse, nothing more to prove. Overhandling only stirs the soil. Rest allows what is planted to root in peace. So tonight, you are not trying to make anything happen. You are allowing what has already been accepted to settle deeper, quietly, naturally, completely. Let the fulfilled identity remain even without the image. Like fragrance that stays in the room after the flowers are gone. Like warmth that lingers in the sheets after sunlight leaves the window. Like moonlight resting on curtains long after you stop looking at it. Like music fading, yet leaving its atmosphere behind. The form can dissolve now. The feeling remains. The identity remains, and that is enough. You no longer need to repeat it with force. You no longer need to grip it with concentration. Let the words become softer now, more absorbed than spoken, more natural than deliberate. Just a gentle inner recognition, almost effortless now. That is me, softly. That is me, not as a demand, not as a plea, only as a quiet fact. A simple inward belonging, a truth settling into place without strain. So let the image go. Let it float. Let it dissolve into the larger field of night, and keep only the calm certainty of the one who already is. Keep the emotional signature. Keep the inner posture. Keep the quiet identity of fulfillment. You are not losing it. You are becoming restful enough to let it remain. Now you are no longer sending a divided message within yourself. No more one part hoping while another part doubts. No more asking for one thing in thought and resisting it in feeling. Tonight, your inner message becomes whole, calm, coherent, unified. Whether you call it state pattern assumption or signal, the principle is the same. What becomes natural within you begins to shape what you notice, what you allow, what you choose, and what you receive. Life responds most clearly to the inner position you consistently occupy. Not the wish you visit for a moment, but the identity you rest in long enough for it to feel like home. So now feel the quiet power of inner agreement. Your thoughts are softening into agreement. Your feelings are settling into agreement. Your identity is resting in agreement. And because of that, the message within you is no longer mixed. It is simple now. It is clear now. It is whole now. Imagine a radio being tuned out of static, slowly finding one pure signal in the night. The noise falls away and one clear tone remains. That is what is happening within you now. The contradiction is fading. The strain is fading. The old interference is fading. What remains is a steadier signal, a gentler certainty, an inner atmosphere that no longer argues with itself. You are broadcasting less confusion and more congruence, less grasping and more receiving, less longing and more belonging. And this matters because the subconscious accepts what is repeated with feeling and identity. It learns the patterns you return to. It receives what you normalize. And tonight, you are giving it a meaningful pattern, a calm mind, a receptive body, and a self-concept that no longer feels separate from what is desired. You are not merely thinking of the fulfilled life. You are resting as the one to whom it belongs, like a lantern in the dark calling to another lantern. Your inner light now meets what belongs with it. Like a tide answering the moon without effort. What is aligned with you begins to move in ways you do not need to control. You do not have to force the ocean. You do not have to pull the tide by hand. Resonance does not strain. It draws naturally. So let yourself feel that now. What is yours is not being chased. It is being met. What belongs to this state is already finding its way through the quiet channels of life. And you do not need to watch every step of that journey. You only remain faithful to the signal, faithful to the agreement, faithful to the inner position that says, this is who I am now. This is what feels natural now. This is what I no longer resist. And as this becomes natural, your world begins to organize around what you are no longer contradicting. Opportunities look different. Choices feel different. Reactions soften. Possibilities that once felt distant begin to feel normal. Not because you forced reality into submission, but because you stopped sending two messages at once. Now there is one message, one quiet message, one settled identity, one coherent field within you. Rest there. Let that steadiness spread through you like a soft glow in every direction. You are not reaching outward in desperation. You are radiating inward agreement. And from that agreement, life can meet you more clearly. So tonight, be the signal that matches the life you welcome. Be the tone that does not waver. Be the inner pattern that says yes without fear. Be the quiet certainty that does not need applause. And let everything that belongs to this frequency, this state, this assumption of fulfillment, come nearer in its own perfect way. You do not need to see how. You only need to remain undivided, whole within yourself, clear within yourself, at rest within yourself. Night has always carried a special softness for the inner world. In darkness, the outer demands begin to loosen, and something quieter becomes easier to hear. The busy edges of the day fade back. The visible world steps aside. And in that gentle dimness, your inner vision becomes more alive, more receptive, more open. There is a silent threshold here between waking and sleep, where impressions fall deeper without effort. Many have felt it. Many have honored it. Not as something to analyze too hard, but as something to enter gently, like stepping into a candlelit sanctuary, like walking beneath an indigo sky, while the world grows still around you. And somewhere within you, behind the noise, behind the thinking, there's a small inward window of perception, quiet and luminous. You may think of it as the inner eye, the pineal light, the secret chamber of imagination. No need to define it too sharply. No need to explain it at all. Tonight, it is enough to feel that there is a place within you that remains open to insight, open to impression, open to peaceful guidance. As the night deepens, that inner window stays soft and clear, not forced open, not strained, only gently available, like silver moonlight touching a still floor, like a hidden chamber lit by one steady flame, like deep blue velvet holding the hush of stars. So now, do not analyze this threshold. Do not work at it. Simply enter it. Let yourself drift through this quiet doorway, where the conscious mind relaxes its grip and the deeper mind receives in peace. Let the stillness itself become a form of welcome. You are safe in this inward night. You are held in this gentle darkness, and your deeper being knows how to receive what is true even in silence. You are already close now, so let these words fall softly into you without effort, without resistance, like something remembered more than learned. That is me. I already am. I rest as the fulfilled self. What is mine no longer feels far away. My deeper mind knows me by this identity now. I fall asleep in agreement. I wake in quiet alignment. I do not chase what I already embody. I am the one I once reached for. My inner world and outer world are learning the same name. I let this truth descend. I belong to this reality. I receive without strain. I remain silent, certain, and at peace. Let each line settle deeper. That is me. Not someday, not when, not after. Now, I already am. I do not become through struggle. I do not earn through exhaustion. I do not force what is already welcomed within. I rest as the fulfilled self. I rest as the one who no longer begs life to change before I can feel whole. I rest as the one who has accepted inwardly and therefore no longer trembles before appearances. What is mine no longer feels far away. It feels nearer now, softer now, natural now. My deeper mind knows me by this identity now. It knows this tone. It knows this feeling. It knows this version of me. I fall asleep in agreement. No argument within. No divided signal. No silent refusal. Only agreement. Only calm acceptance. Only quiet union. I wake in quiet alignment. I wake with less strain. I wake with less resistance. I wake carrying what tonight has impressed upon me so gently. I do not chase what I already embody. I do not run after what belongs to my state. I do not plead for what matches my identity. I remain where I am, inwardly settled, and let life meet me there. I am the one I once reached for, the one I imagined, the one I longed to become, the one who felt distant once. I am that one now, not perfectly performed, not loudly declared, but inwardly claimed. My inner world and outer world are learning the same name. And that name is no longer confusion, no longer lack, no longer waiting. That name is belonging. That name is readiness. That name is fulfillment. I let this truth descend, past the mind, past the effort, past the need to keep repeating. I let it sink like soft rain into deep soil. I let it rest where roots begin. I belong to this reality, not as an outsider, not as a visitor, not as someone asking permission. I belong here. I receive without strain. I receive without gripping. I receive without watching the door in fear. I receive because I no longer oppose what is welcome. I remain silent, certain, and at peace. Silent because I do not need to argue with truth. Certain because I have touched it within. At peace because what is accepted inwardly no longer needs frantic defense. And again softly now. That is me. I already am. I rest as the fulfilled self. What is mine no longer feels far away. My deeper mind knows me by this identity now. I fall asleep in agreement. I wake in quiet alignment. I do not chase what I already embody. I am the one I once reached for. My inner world and outer world are learning the same name. I let this truth descend. I belong to this reality. I receive without strain. I remain silent, certain, and at peace. Let the rhythm slow. Let the phrases widen. Let them echo with more space between them. That is me. I already am. I rest. I receive. I belong. I am. And you do not need to hold all the words now. You only let them pass through like gentle bells across still water. Whatever remains, remains. Whatever sinks deeper, sinks deeper. Whatever echoes, echoes in the perfect place. That is me. I already am. I rest as the fulfilled self. And with every softer breath, this identity becomes less like practice and more like home. Now there is nothing more to do, nothing more to fix, nothing more to solve before rest is allowed. You have already entered the state, and sleep does not interrupt it. Sleep carries it deeper. Sleep cradles it. Sleep lets it move beyond effort and into the quiet places where change becomes natural. So let the body grow heavier now. Let it soften into the surface beneath you. Let the mattress hold what you no longer need to hold. Let the muscles loosen one by one, without instruction, without management, without hurry. Your face softens. Your jaw releases. Your shoulders sink. Your chest becomes quiet and easy. Your arms rest. Your hands rest. Your stomach softens. Your legs grow warm and still. Your whole body begins to understand that the day is over and nothing is being asked of it now. You are safe here. You are held here. You are allowed to disappear gently into rest. And the mind too can stop reviewing. It does not need to replay the day. It does not need to predict tomorrow. It does not need to stand guard at the door of your future. It can grow dim now. It can blur at the edges. It can let its thoughts dissolve like mist above a dark lake. If a thought comes, let it pass. If a memory rises, let it drift. If a feeling stirs, let it soften and move through. Nothing needs to be chased away. Nothing needs to be followed. Everything can become slower now, softer now, further away now. The accepted identity remains even as words begin to fade, even as your attention loosens, even as the sentences become less important. What has been received does not vanish because you fall asleep. It settles. It roots. It continues. So tonight's sleep is not a pause. Sleep is continuation. Sleep is the gentle carrying forward of everything you have inwardly accepted. The deeper mind stays open in its own quiet way. And because you have felt it, because you have allowed it, because you have rested in it, it can keep unfolding without your supervision. You do not need to watch over a seed in the night. You let the earth do its work. You let the darkness be kind. You let the unseen process remain unseen. And you rest. Imagine now that you are lying in a warm room behind closed doors, completely sheltered, while somewhere far away, a soft rain falls. Not near enough to disturb you, only far enough to soothe you. A distant, steady hush. The kind of sound that asks nothing, explains nothing, and yet tells the whole body it may let go. Or perhaps it is the ocean at night, moving in slow breaths against the shore. Wave after wave arriving and receding, as if the whole world has chosen a softer rhythm so you can follow it down into sleep. Or perhaps it is only silence, deep, kind silence, the kind that wraps around you like velvet, the kind that darkens the room into peace, the kind that says you may stop now, you may stop, you may stop. The eyes do not need to hold the world anymore. The mind does not need to name every passing thing. The body does not need to prepare for anything. You are already where you need to be for this moment. Here, safe, still, supported, and as you drift lower, the new self remains simple, not loud, not dramatic, just quietly true. I already am, a faint echo now. I rest as the fulfilled self, barely a whisper now. What is mine no longer feels far away, soft as breath now. And then even these words can begin to thin out, because the meaning stays even when the language fades. The feeling stays, the knowing stays, the state stays. You can let the words fall from your hands now, like petals into dark water. No need to gather them back, no need to remember every line. Only rest in the atmosphere they have left behind. like floating lanterns dimming one by one across a still lake, like moonlight washing over old stone, like curtains moving softly in the night air, like clouds crossing a silver sky while your eyes grow too heavy to follow. Everything becomes more dreamlike now, less defined, less fixed, more spacious, more forgiving, more distant. You may notice the body becoming heavier and lighter at once. Heavy with sleep, light with surrender, as if you are sinking gently and floating gently in the same quiet moment. There is nothing strange in this. It is only the threshold, only the sweet blur, only the soft crossing from effort into restoration, and you are allowed to cross it fully. You do not need permission from the day. You do not need permission from the past. You do not need permission from unfinished thoughts. Rest is here now. Sleep is here now. Peace is here now. Let the tongue soften in the mouth. Let the forehead smooth. Let the breath become so natural that you barely notice it. In, out, each breath a little deeper into comfort, each breath a little further from the bright edges of waking, each breath a little closer to the deep healing quiet that has been waiting for you all along. And if thoughts become broken, let them break. If images become strange, let them blur. If time begins to loosen, let it loosen. You are not required to stay organized here. You are not required to stay clear here. You are only invited to rest, to drift, to yield. The subconscious understands what has been felt. It understands what has been accepted. It understands what has been repeated with gentleness and with truth. So there is no final check to make, no test to pass, no last effort needed before sleep can take you. The work of tonight is complete, complete, complete. And now the body can trust the bed can trust the floor can trust the earth, and you can trust the night. Trust the stillness. Trust the unseen movement of what is already settling into place. You do not need to carry yourself. You are being carried downward, inward, deeper, softer. The room grows quieter. The mind grows quieter. The distance between thoughts grows wider. The spaces become more important than the words. The silence becomes more comforting than the sound. And in that silence, your whole being seems to whisper, I am, I rest, I receive, I belong. Again more faintly, I am, I rest, I receive, I belong. And then softer still, I am, I rest. You may imagine a final scene if it comes naturally. A dark blue sky above a sleeping city windows, dimmed streets, emptied stars, blurred through sleep-heavy eyes. Everything resting. Everything surrendered to the hour. Nothing rushing, nothing demanding. Even the world seems to breathe more slowly now. Or imagine a quiet winter night where the air outside is cool and still, but you are warm beneath soft covers, enclosed, protected untouched by anything harsh. The whole night, standing guard around your peace. Or imagine nothing at all, only darkness, only comfort, only the feeling of being held by something gentle and vast. You are safe enough to fall, safe enough to fade, safe enough to let consciousness loosen its grip and slip quietly into dreams. And as you do, what has been welcomed remains welcomed. What has been accepted remains accepted. What has been impressed remains impressed. No strain, no effort, no more words required. Just this softness, just this stillness, just this descent. Heavier now, quieter now, further now, slower now, so slow, so soft, so deep. And if one last thought appears, let it be simple. I am already held. Or simpler still, I am, or nothing at all. Because sleep knows the way from here. Sleep knows, the body knows, the deeper mind knows, and you can let go more and more and more. Into the dark, into the quiet, into the warm and peaceful depth of rest, until words are too far away, until thought is too soft to follow, until even this voice feels distant, like a fading light at the end of a long, calm shore, and you drift and drift and drift. And now before you drift all the way down, just one last soft note carried lightly on the edge of this quiet. If this helped you, you may subscribe and share so others can rest and rewire tonight as well. And then, let even that thought go. Nothing needs to be checked. Nothing needs to be done. This journey is complete. You can rest now. You can let the night finish what words no longer need to hold. You can let the silence become enough. Everything has been placed where it needs to be. Everything has been received. Everything can soften. So sink a little deeper, a little quieter, a little farther from effort. The body resting, the mind dimming, the inner self still calm, still certain, still at peace. No more reaching, no more reviewing, no more trying. Only rest, only softness, only sleep. And if any final echo remains, let it be small, now almost weightless. I am, I rest, I receive, I belong. Again more faintly, I am, I rest, and softer still, I am. Now silence can take the rest. Silence and breath, silence and warmth, silence and the gentle dark. Sleep now, deeply now, peacefully now, safe now, held now, at rest.